Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see just how deep I can go. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, hello again. Hello again. It's fucking cold here. How many degrees is it? Probably count them on one hand. It's cold as hell today. So we're making white chili with chicken. The day called for it. It was a soup kind of day. When it gets that cold, it's soup time. It's cold in Texas too. Anytime it's really cold in places that don't anticipate it to get that cold, kind of sucks. You know, whenever you see that like Georgia got like a half an inch of snow and there's just chaos. There's just people are just going sideways down the highway. It's just not what they're used to. We had to run out and do a bunch of errands yesterday because we were just gonna get more snow. So it's like we might as well get out and do it now before it gets worse. So we were out for a few hours and just driving around. There's like 3 inches of snow. It was fun. It was fun. There were 30 inches of snow in the last 4 days here. You need to remind people of that anytime anybody's like, how come you only live in the bottom part of Canada? How come there's so much land at the top of Canada and nobody lives there? It seems like free real estate. It's like, yeah, bud, but anytime you get up past Saskatoon, there's just going to be a whole lot of snow. Oh yeah, you're going to need a snowmobile, bud. You're going to need a propane heater. Got to make sure you get a block heater on your engine too, otherwise that thing's just not going to turn over. Also, you got to be mindful that propane actually turns into a liquid at anything under -40. That's -40 Celsius, of course, which just so happens to be also -40 Fahrenheit. As it turns out, that's where they meet up. It just makes my brain hurt to even think about. Makes my brain hurt to think about. I bought a vape. I would be so disappointed in myself if it was a good vape, like I bought it from my friend and it's basically shit. This is an important step for you, because, I mean, to just quit nicotine altogether cold turkey, it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. There's a lot of temptation all over the place. Anytime you see somebody doing it, or anytime somebody talks about it, you're just like, like a fly sitting on a turd, just like, can't wait to dig in. Oh, I wouldn't. Okay, so I'm actually taking what you said literally, even though it was a typo. Because I feel like I would be more disappointed if I caved and spent a bunch of money on a nice vape. What you should do is just really take in just how shitty it is. It'll serve as a reminder to you that the people who manufacture this shit don't really care about your health. They just want you huffing hot plastic. Oh, it wasn't like cheap, but it has its value. Just allow me to take my point. Allow me to make my point here. We're trying to quit nicotine. We're not trying to find the silver linings in this. We're not trying to find the secret benefits. We're trying to remind ourselves that this shit sucks. It's like metal chassis lined in some cheap-ass lining. Yum. Let me just ask you this. Would you eat it? Would you eat it? Would you take that vape and just start chewing away at it? Would you eat it? If you wouldn't eat it, then why the fuck would you breathe it? Do they actually make some out of plastic? Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the people that make cheap vapes don't give a shit about you. They're just trying to make money off of you. At the best rate possible. The more corners they can cut, the more safety regulations they can skirt, the better their back end. You gotta run. Oh, thank you for subscribing, by the way. You subscribed during the intro. Thank you for subscribing. Also, thank you, Baby Wolfie, for subscribing. I got distracted at the Costco gas station because it rejected my membership card. And I left my gas cap on the car when driving away. Needless to say, it's gone now and I had to buy a new one. I mean, we've all been there. Sounds like one of those days. Sounds like one of those days where you go home, take a nap, and then try to have something nice for dinner, and then you just... on to the next one. Let's try again tomorrow. One of the ways that I found to be helpful in just, like, whenever I quit nicotine, I tried to take advantage of understanding of my human brain. And what I did was, I was like, alright, I'm just gonna make myself sick of it. Whenever something makes you feel sick, your body interprets that as poison. You are being poisoned. So stay away from this thing. It's a very strong connection when something makes you sick and your aversion to that thing. Let me give you an example. Have you ever eaten something? Have you ever eaten something that just made you sick? Or maybe it didn't, maybe it wasn't even that thing that made you sick, but that's the thing that you threw up? Have you ever had that happen? Finally, bruh. Oh, thank you. What are you trying to do? Poison me. Oh, wow. Oh, perfect timing. Perfect timing. This has always worked for me. I found that to be helpful with nicotine. I'm just like, all right, I need to just make myself sick of it. And so what I would do is I would just, anytime I would feel the urge to vape, I would just fully commit myself to it. I'm not going to get up and go do stuff. I'm going to take a big fat hit and I'm just going to sit there. And I'm just going to focus on how it feels. I'm going to see what it does to me. I'm just going to pay as close of attention to it as I can. And I got to the point where it's like, I don't even like this anymore. Like, what is this doing to me? It's just making me lightheaded and dizzy, and it's just... You would think psychologists would actually stream this instead of study with me streams. Yeah, I don't really care. Like, I understand why people do that type of stream, like co-working streams, or like... Because... monkey see, monkey do, right? Like, I see that you're working and studying, and I'm like, oh, I should do it too. It's like hanging out at the library. But I've always had more of a passion as like an educator. I like to teach people about psychology. Now, we do our fair bit of, you know, studying and research here. Like, we like to learn new stuff. Well, I don't know, I might give the vape to my friend because I think it would make it easier to quit, and the vape is not good. Alright, hear me out. Instead of doing that, keep it, and then have that be the only access to nicotine you have. If I really need nicotine that bad, I have to hit the shitty vape that I'm holding on to. Because I'm not going to get a new one. I'm not going to go out and buy pouches or whatever. Like, if I want nicotine, this is going to be it. It's all strategy. Just unwire your psychology. It's not even necessarily an unwiring, it's more of like a rewiring. You're also taking advantage of, like, human neurological processes. Like, we were talking about a taste aversion. That's when you develop a very intense nausea or, like, a sick feeling at the sight or smell or taste of a certain type of food, because that type of food has... You're associating it with being violently ill. Let's say that you had the flu. Let's say you had the flu, right? And the last thing that you ate before the flu was a certain type of food. And now you can't eat that type of food anymore because every time you do, it makes you think of the time you got violently ill. You've now formed an association. Has anyone here ever developed a taste aversion before? I've developed a few over the course of my life. There was a few times where I just got, like, really sick. And then the stuff that I had eaten just prior to being sick, I, like, couldn't eat it anymore. It just made me feel very sick, even because your body thinks that that poisoned you. Your body says, don't eat that, that's poison. It's gonna make you actually feel sick without even having to eat it. Except that association doesn't work for me. Yet. The rules of being human still apply to you. If it's not working now, then you need to up the ante. Just read the fucking book? Yeah, but then I'd have to learn how to read first. And who has time for that? I sure don't. Let's just all admit that knowing how to read is cringe. You don't have to insult me like that. Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about me. X actually was saying you had an associate. Oh yeah, certain types of alcohol. That's another really good example. Have you ever had a night where you were just partying out and you just got really drunk on a certain type of alcohol and you ended up getting real sick or real hungover? And then from that point forward, you're just like, I can't touch it. It makes you feel ill. It makes you feel sick. Kraken black rum. Oh yeah. You know? Same, actually. I had a bottle of it in college. It was shortly after getting an apartment with some of my friends when I was in college. One night, and then never again. Never again. Going back out to the store this time with the right Costco card, I'll be lurking. You know what you need to get is the app. If you get the app, it has a copy of your card on it. It's helped me in a pinch. There was a time I was out and I had to go to Costco and I didn't have the card with me. So I called Casey and I had her give me the Costco number and then I just added it to my account on the app. Easy peasy. I think I've only managed to develop taste aversions to bad things like tobacco and alcohol. I have developed a sense for spoiled foods of all kinds, but that's not an aversion, is it? Not necessarily. Like, there's things that you're normally gonna be avoidant of. What's interesting is humans are biologically wired to be avoidant of certain things because that helps you to survive. Let me show you something. A fun example of how human evolution helps us to survive. Dimethyl sulfide. Dimethyl sulfide is an organic molecule. It appears naturally in nature. It's also very dangerous. You might run into this in like bogs or swamps or like... It's something that they add to natural gas to make it stinky. They add it, it's one of the things they add to natural gas. Like if you've ever smelled natural gas and it has that like skunk smell, that's dimethyl sulfide. It's an organic molecule that we perceive as being just rank and stinky and nasty. We're biologically wired to perceive it that way because it's something that helps to keep us safe. Because if we were just walking through the forest and this smelled good and you're just like, let me smell more of that, it would kill you. So that's kind of cool. I've heard people talk about swamp gas before. I didn't know that's what they meant. The thing about swamps is they're just like a big stew. There's all sorts of gases and different little things bubbling up in there. You might get some methane, you might get some other natural gases. There's all sorts of natural gases. Like they say natural gas, and that makes you just think there's one. There's many. Nature loves making gas. It's a natural byproduct of many organic processes. Hey, cool, I have a gift box. I'm the top gifter, and it only took me one gift sub. You know, maybe somebody will top you. In gifts, I mean. When you think about it, the ocean is just a soup. It's all soup when you think about it. We're all just ingredients suspended inside of a liquid. Cutie Cheeks is here. Hey, guess what? Guess what? We're going over the topic you requested. We have a stream ideas channel in the Discord. And this was a requested topic. Pathological lying. So we're going to talk about compulsive lying. We're also going to talk about what the difference between compulsive lying and pathological lying. So we got a fun little presentation here where we talk all about compulsive lying. Because the thing about pathological lying is that these types of lies can also be compulsive. Like this can be a compulsion to a person. So they're both technically compulsive lies. That's why the title is compulsive lying, because it kind of encompasses both, but I wanted to make a distinction between the two. Pathological lying is basically just compulsive lying to an end. You know, it's got some purpose to it. We use it to manipulate or to elevate ourselves. You hear the bag? It's true, she's filling one up right now. I don't know if she can hear me though. So yes, that'll be our topic for our presentation today. I'm sure you've always wanted to know, why is everybody lying to me? Why is everybody lying all the time? Why does that happen? Why are they doing it? What do I do about it? That's what we're talking about. My father lies all the time and I don't know what to make of it. Is he sick or just evil? Well, beyond both of those things, he's probably insecure. Most of our behaviors that we would quantify as negative. You know, lying, narcissism. You know, a lot of that, it stems from fear, insecurity, fear of not being good enough, of not being strong enough, of not being enough of a man. You know, that kind of stuff. It's not because he thinks he's the shit, he's afraid that people are going to find out that he's not actually the shit. That he's actually just some dude. Insignificant. Casey has her earphones on. She can't hear me. If I told her...
Baby?
Oh, they said bless you.
Oh, thank you.
They also heard the bag. She's bagging it up. Yeah, dealing with narcissistic parents can be stressful. Understanding where it stems from is really important. And most of the time, it stems from a deep-seated insecurity. I don't understand those roots of those insecurities when everything is fine. Most insecurities don't make sense. Like right now, I can guarantee that 99.9% of you are insecure about something, and you might not have any good reason for feeling that way. You might be a perfectly good person, but you worry that you're a bad person. You might be a good friend, an honest person, a hard worker, but you might feel somewhere like maybe I'm not doing enough, maybe I'm not trying hard enough, maybe I need to be doing more. When in reality, you're okay just the way you are. What was your dad's relationship like with his parents? If you answer that question, it'll help you to understand him better. Understanding the relationship between my parents and their parents helps me to feel better about, you know, the job my parents did. I can't even try, it's so fucked up. Well, then now you can kind of understand him a little bit better. If you can't even try, like he had to try, he had to live it, and this is how he's coping with that. By putting up this thick shell that we call narcissism. Narcissism is just a thick shell to protect that fragile little gooey center within you. I had to teach myself to be truthful as a teen, and it was very hard. I mostly did it because I did not want to be like my parents. Alright, well, let me just say you're never allowed to doubt yourself again. Because that's a good thing that you did. And you did that of your own free will. So if I ever catch you doubting yourself again, I'm gonna have to put you in timeout. Having a bad relationship with, like, as a son, like, okay, so I'm just gonna talk about daddy and mommy issues real quick. Let's say that you're a guy and you have a strained relationship with your dad. It can mess you up in a certain type of way. Now, historically, a person's mother is the person that they normally would go to for emotional comforting. I'm not saying that that's the way it should be. I feel like both parents should be emotionally invested in their child's well-being. But historically, that responsibility has been placed upon the mother. And so when you don't have that because mom's too busy doing other things, or whatever reason, it fucks with you in a different kind of way. Now I don't have anybody to go to. Who is there to, take care of me and nurture me and see me, doing well? Who cares about my emotional well-being? Now, I would say that the bigger issue here is it's not about the different parent. It's not about mom or dad, or it's about being emotionally available for your children. If you are taught as a child that the problems and the struggles that you are dealing with are not important, it's hard to unlearn that. I feel like I raised myself and I've never had anyone, and I still project that today. I think you did a pretty good job. And you had the cards stacked against you. My parents always told me that they had the best parents, and I would just wonder why there was such animosity during vacations to visit family, which did not happen often. It's like, right? It's like, oh, well, how come we never see them? How come we never spend time with them? How come you just say that it's like, oh no, they're great? You gotta remember that for a long time, and still to this day, people do it. They put a lot of time and energy into the act of keeping up appearances. I want my neighbors and the people around me to think that I'm doing well and that everything is going okay. And so, in doing so, a lot of shit just gets swept under the rug. I don't even want to know about, how your dad was brought up. It sounds like you do have a tough relationship with him. I'm just saying, it's like if you wanted to understand each other better. I feel like when it comes to dealing with a narcissistic parent, the child of that parent is probably one of the people who stands the best chance of actually, helping them get through that and to start to, let their guard down a little bit, let some of those walls down, be vulnerable. Just be like, it's okay, Dad. You don't have to put on a show for me. You can talk to me like it really is. Tried a few times, for real, doesn't work. Yet. you know, if you're trying to break into a fortress, sometimes you have to keep knocking. Sometimes you have to keep trying. Sometimes you gotta scale a wall. Sometimes you gotta slip in through the side door. Sometimes you just have to knock persistently until somebody opens up. It makes sense that he wouldn't be ready to talk about it the first few times that you tried to talk about it. It sounds like some real shit went down. That's not easy stuff to talk about. So just, if you're open to doing it, if you're open to talking to him about it, just let him know that you'll be there when he's ready. Can you hear this dog? She's just snoring back here. She's just really going at it. Can you hear her? She's just honking. Can't. Oh, well, I can. I can. She's just going. Honk. She's just out cold. I thought I was breaking through to my mom for a while, but something happened this last year or so, and she just became argumentative and was yelling at every conversation. I mean, do you think that she's got a lot going on in her life that's making her happy, or do you think that she's got a lot of other conflict as well? And I'm not saying that, she shouldn't be accountable for how she's treating you. But I'm like, typically people who are just so actively miserable towards others, everything is a conflict, everything is a fight, I'm always talking shit, I'm always trying to make you feel bad. It's like, typically those people are suffering in some way. Maybe their marriage sucks. Maybe their intimacy's gone. Who knows what they're dealing with. They've disowned you and they've stalked you. It's like they need to make up their fucking mind. Like, which is it? They're just taking it to the two ends of the extreme. They sound like very volatile people. And what do we do with volatile substances? We handle them with caution because they might explode. She disowned me over me asking her not to yell. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, I would say that they probably did you a favor by just taking all of that drama and all that trauma out of your life. Can I ask you something? Did they ever make you feel good about yourself? Did they ever make you feel good as a person? Did they ever look at you and say, hey, good job, I'm proud of you? Hey, did you ever get any of that? Or was it just all drama, chaos, confusion, and madness? Like, we can understand that this is a hurt person because people who are hurt go on to hurt others a lot of the time. It's a sad fact of the world. So we can understand that. We can have empathy for that. We can feel bad about it. But we don't have to keep a place for them at our table. We don't need to save a spot for them at our table. Especially if every time they come over for dinner, they're carving something in the table, they're spilling shit, they're leaving shart stains in the chair. Like, no, get him out of here. Don't invite him to dinner anymore. Don't make him a plate. You're not telling them that you want them to starve, you just don't have space for him at your table. Maybe when I was a very young child, they praised me in front of others, but never at home. Because they wanted people to think that they were good parents. They weren't actually interested in being good parents. If they wanted to be good parents, they would have told you it at home. Not when they had something to gain from doing it in front of others. It's just theatrics. I just want to remind you that those people do not determine your self-worth. They do not determine your value. They wanted to devalue you so that you could be manipulated. And it's really fucked up. But I'd say, all things considered, you're a very strong person and you're probably, not doing so bad right now, I feel like, all things considered, all the things you've been through, all the things you've overcome, things are looking pretty good. You're on an upward trend. Is it bad if I'm talking to a 43-year-old so I can go out with her and her married friend so I can try to fuck the married friend? Yes. Unless the married friend is in an open marriage and that's just agreed upon that that's okay. But otherwise, you're home wrecking. So yes. Now, if that sort of thing is permissible, if there's an agreement in place that that's okay, then by all means. By all means, fire away. But if you're sneaking around going behind people's backs and breaking up families, that's a bad thing to do. By my moral standing, I would say that is an objectively bad thing to do. English is their second language if you're concerned about their wording. Yeah, it's probably for the best to just steer clear of married people. That just sounds like a mess. It sounds messy. Left rights. Thank you for subscribing. I don't remember. I think I was talking about some shit when you subscribed a few minutes ago. That's my bad. Yeah, right? Like, you cheat on somebody's wife, it's like, you don't know how the husband's gonna take it. He could be crazy. He could be crazy. He could show up at your house. Like, no, don't do it. Not worth the risk. Not worth the, you know, the damage that you're doing to somebody else's relationship. Well, got no questions yet, so I'm going to give you more time to do some questions, and I guess we'll just start talking about this. It's fine with me. We can take questions later. Take a moment to think about this. Why do we lie? Any books about children with disabilities and working with them? A book about working with children. Yeah, there are a lot of like academic texts about the topic because it's something that a lot of people will specialize in and study, and so there's a lot of like academic stuff, but as far as like more mainstream books, there's like parenting guides, but I'm not sure if there's much on like the casual reading side of like operational procedure. I recently learned about a new therapy I had never heard of before. Well, Trump just made himself Lord Ruler, and I am feeling very concerned. That's a good response. We should feel concerned. Have you taken time to speak with other concerned people? CBIT. Comprehensive behavioral intervention for tics. Involve get this out of here. What are you talking? A non-medication treatment consisting of 3 important components: training the patient to be more aware of his or her tics and the urge to tic, training patients to do competing behavior when they feel the urge to tic, making changes to day-to-day activities in ways that can be helpful in reducing tics. So the underlying theme here would be mindfulness. You know, we're talking about increasing our awareness. We're talking about recognizing this as a prompt to engage in a new behavior. The way that you reduce a tic is by understanding the tic. I think what keeps a lot of people caught up in doing and like having tics over a long span of time is like it's just something that they do and they try not to think about it. They try not to, you know, understand the behavior or try to, you know, because it's seen as something that's like irritating or embarrassing or, you know, uncomfortable. It's something, and we try not to think about that kind of stuff. So I'll give you an example. Let's say that you have a tic and it makes you like, let me give you an example. So a lot of people have tics with like in their hands, and they might do something with their hands where they might do something like this. You might just kind of like, a way to work on that using these types of techniques would be, okay, do that again, do it slower. What is your hand doing when you do that? You know, because the tic could be a neurological thing. It could be tied into your nervous system. And you got to remember that it's like, okay, well, maybe it's in my nerves or maybe it's in my brain. Because I have the nerve endings that do the stuff. And so is the issue with why I tic because maybe one of my nerves is pinched, or maybe one of my nerves just like, I have to like stimulate it because it gets uncomfortable because of, you know, overuse or posturing? Or is this something that is behaviorally driven? We want to address it in both aspects. Yeah, and then Tourette's is basically just a more extreme form of developing tics. You can still do this and help to reduce the intensity, though. Yes.
These are all the mental health, like free income. Rediscover doesn't accept this area, does it? Like it would have to be this one, right? Or wait, this one.
Probably, yeah, because they have a catchment area. Well, if he's just doing, yeah, it would have to be that one. That's the one that we're in the district of. The real important takeaway here is the effectiveness of mindfulness. Just being present and being aware of the thing that you're dealing with as a method of gaining control over it. Is it a tic to shake your legs while sitting? I would say that that's more akin to stimming. But then you got to think about, okay, what's the difference between stimming and a tic? It's like, now we're starting to split hairs and you're starting to really understand these types of neurological processes. Because a tic is a type of stim, but it's kind of like an involuntary and oftentimes, you know, disruptive or, you know, distracting type of stim. A lot of stimming might be more understated. And so you wouldn't necessarily view it as a tic. And so I think the cutoff is like, how invasive is it? How compelled do you feel to do it? A lot of the cutoff points between normal behaviors and what we would call like mentally ill behaviors are, how much distress does it make you feel? How much does it bother you? How much does it interfere with your life? That's literally the cutoff point for so many different things, is like, is this normal or is this mental illness? It's like, well, does it bother you? Does it bother other people? Does it harm your relationships? Does it harm your ability to function and take care of yourself? Does it interfere with your, you know, day-to-day life? There's a fine line between a stim and a tic. It's because it's all based on the same underlying principles. You feel the urge to move and then you move. How disruptive is that movement? That's the question. And a lot of people, yeah, they'll do this type of therapy if they have like some pretty severe motor tics. And I think, this also highlights the importance of regulating your nervous system. A deregulated nervous system can cause all sorts of problems. So it's probably a stim if I can recognize it happening and then stop. Yeah, you're mostly doing it because it's kind of like a way to self-soothe. It's kind of a way to just like, it's not really anything that bothers you. But sometimes that feeling that makes you say, I want to do this or I need to do this is just much stronger. It's much more distracting. It's much more compulsive. Until my mind wanders again. Hey, that's the whole point. It's about letting your mind wander until you notice that you're lost, and then starting over again. Yeah, the thing about tics is that verbal tics are actually very rare. Because a tic is basically just like a misfiring in your nervous system, right? That's an oversimplified explanation of it, but that's kind of what it is. It's like your nervous system misfires and it makes you do a thing. But the process for making a vocalization actually takes multiple different nerve impulses. It's a much more complicated action to speak words than it is to just like lash your arm around. And so that's why vocal tics are actually much more rare, because it would require a more precise, configuration of nerve impulse disruptions. What do you call the two sources of the tics, the brain and the body? Well, if we want to get technical, the brain and the body are one and the same. But it's either, it has to do with your thinking, the way that your brain is wired, and also has to do with your nervous system. Some people might have a tic because maybe they have a nerve in their shoulder or in their elbow, and it causes this feeling of like restlessness and discomfort and agitation, and the only way to relieve that feeling is to like shake your arm. And so you have this tic that makes you like shake your arm every once in a while, because if you don't, it just makes you feel very uncomfortable, and that could be caused by a nerve issue. There might be just a nerve that is pinched, or it's out of place. But then there's also a neurological component of it. Maybe you're doing it to help soothe a mood. Maybe it's something that can make you feel regulated. It's a way to help calm yourself if you're feeling distressed. Verbal tics are rare. Verbal tics are super rare, actually, which almost makes me a little curious whenever you see somebody who has verbal tics and you think about just how rare they are, and it kind of makes you wonder, like, how much might they be embellishing? Because there was this whole side of TikTok where people were filming themselves doing tics, like verbal tics, physical tics. They were like, oh, I've got Tourette's syndrome. And they were basically just pretending. They're like, oh yeah, I have a tick and it makes me just like yell all sorts of crazy stuff. And it's like, statistically, probably not. It's very rare. There were also people who were developing tics because they were watching the TikToks. It was a social contagion. We did a presentation on it a while ago. It's a very interesting subject. Is tardive dyskinesia related to tics? Tardive dyskinesia is different. Tardive dyskinesia is a symptom that it's a condition that you develop as a side effect to prolonged use of psychotropic medications. Like heavy duty, old school antipsychotics, like Haldol. It makes your tongue swell. It might make it's bad business. It's not good. It's one of the severe side effects that people would develop as a result of these early antipsychotic drugs. The problem here is that these drugs were effective. They're basically just, they're good at helping people who are just like very actively psychotic, but they have come at a heavy cost. They still prescribe them, but typically only for people who don't respond to any other type of psychotropic medication.
Are you familiar with either of these? And if so, is there one you'd recommend? I think probably this one.
I think that's the one that I've been to, but it's been so long ago. I don't think I've been to this one.
Yeah, I think this one.
Yeah, I would just Google it and see which one's closer. What about prolonged internet brain rot? Well, it's time to put your brain back together. When I'm in a conversation, I tend to use my hands and arms a lot while talking. Would you say that's a tic? No, I would say that's different. I would say that's different. That's you're speaking, but you're putting passion and emphasis into it, and it exists beyond just words. It's like, I'm gonna express this with my whole body. I'm gonna put my hands into it and my arms into it, and I'm really gonna put myself into my words. That's different. Are stutters a tic? That is a good question. I would say that stutters are more often, they're kind of the result of like a restriction or like a tightness, There's just like, you're having a hard time just getting it out, And so it could be a nerve issue. It's a little different from a tic though. But it also is similar because they might, it ties into the nervous system. And so it's a little bit different, but they're kind of similar. It would be more of a tic if you felt like the compulsion or the urge to do it, but you don't really feel that when it comes to stuttering. It's not like you're stuttering and then you feel like I need to do it in order to feel, that fit. The thing about like tics is that you feel this sense of like discomfort or agitation, and the tic will help to reduce that feeling. You feel like a kind of restlessness. And to not do it, just feel it. It's like you get, if you had a tic like where you kind of wave your hand around, it would feel like if I don't do it, it would be like you can't help but do it. It's the same reaction as like you just got something disgusting on your hand and you need to like shake it off, or like your hand just caught fire and you need to like wave it to put it out. I had this uncontrollable urge to do the hard blink. Just take that as an opportunity to do some facial stretching. You know, do a nice hard blink, but then also like raise your eyebrows, like stretch your brow out a little bit. You're probably furrowing. You probably got too much tension right here. I look at doing a hard blink as like scratching an itch. In many ways, a tick is kind of like scratching an itch, except the itch is internalized. Does that make more sense? I feel like that's a good way to explain it. Like that's why you feel like I gotta do something about this. I can't just sit here with this itch. It's gonna drive me crazy. Two of my nails are coming off. I'm so sad. I'm sorry to hear it. That sounds really tough. Yeah, the thing about stimming is that everybody does it in their own way. It's why fidget spinners are so popular. Like, if you watch a person long enough, you're gonna catch them stimming, okay? Everybody does it. It's part of how we regulate our nervous system. You're not gonna ever really see people just sitting there like this. Unless they're in the military or something. But then they're still stimming. They're stimming differently. They're doing it through their breathing or some other type of thing that you just might not perceive. It's weird how our culture is so judgmental about stimming. We're just too judgmental in general. And why are people judgmental? Because they themselves are insecure. It's this negative feedback loop of judgment leading into insecurity, leading into more judgment and more insecurity. It's like, cool it. My right calf is beefy from stimming all day, every day for years. It's time to switch sides. It's a side effect of neoliberal late-stage capitalism. Yeah. Yep. I just can't wait until things are back to normal so that I can go back to brunch and not have to pay $8 for an egg. That's what the liberals are praying for. Like, just make things back to normal. I don't care that we're being exploited by the capitalists. I don't care that healthcare costs are skyrocketing and home ownership is impossible. Just let me get back to brunch. Let me get a mimosa. Let me get some avocado toast. How much is like 6 eggs in the US? A dozen is close to like $6, so it would be about $3, which would be, I don't know how much in Swedish. You don't use the euro, do you? Does Sweden use the euro? Or do they use the kroner? I mean, $3 is almost the same as €3 anyway, so. We use SEK. Oh yeah, the kroner. $32. So six eggs would be about $32. don't think things will ever be normal again. Well, you gotta remember this. The normal that we were living in still fucking sucked. We don't want to return to that normal. We want to find a new normal, a better normal. That's what we're working towards. That's what we're fighting for. So we don't want things to be normal again. We want things to be better. I was publicly crying, which I hate doing because I judge myself. Hey, I'm sorry to hear about your dog, by the way. Now, how would you feel if you saw someone else crying in public? How would you feel if you saw somebody that you care about crying in public? Would you feel ashamed of them? Would you feel angry with them? Would you feel embarrassed by them? Or would you show them some compassion? Like right now, I'm stimming by playing with this tiny screwdriver I have at my desk. I'm just fiddling with it. I'd feel compassion. And what makes you exempt from your own compassion? A lot of people have a hard time showing themselves the compassion that they would show to somebody that they care about. Sometimes it's important to remind yourself that you do care about the person that you are. Show yourself the same compassion that you would show to anyone else that you care about, anybody else that you love. You're not exempt from that. I don't know why I do that, because I do show myself compassion at other times. Your big, beautiful, complicated brain is why. As we continue to squash cognitive dissonance, those internal disagreements, those mental misalignments between the way I think and the way that I act, you're going to notice that in some circumstances, you treat yourself perfectly fairly. You do everything as you should. But then in some ways, you might catch yourself just beating yourself up a little bit. Why do we do it? Brain, complicated. But it just goes to show that there's opportunities for growth throughout the entirety of your life. All stages of life hold opportunities for growth. So expect yourself to continue to grow for the rest of your life. Because that's what you want to do. Does a tree stop growing? Does it say, yeah, that's good enough for me. I'm tall enough. I'm big enough. No, keep going. We're not waiting for that satisfaction of being done growing. We are enjoying the journey of growth. It's about the journey and not the destination. And that's a really important realization to have. Journey before destination. If you're just focused on the destination, that's it. That's the end. Once you get there, there's nothing left. When you enjoy the journey, you enjoy the whole thing. It's enjoying the process of making and baking and decorating the cake, not just eating the cake. We want to enjoy all of those steps, not just the last one. Trees are such lazy show-offs. Trees are kind of cool. They stay outside all year, and that's pretty badass. I have respect for anything that stays outside all year. In fact, I built my house out of them, so I gotta show respect to them. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get through this presentation, and then we'll pop open the question box and we'll see what's inside. Today we're going to talk about compulsive lying. This was a topic request. Take topic requests for presentations in the Discord, so if you have a topic that you think is interesting or something you'd like to go over or talk about, let me know. So this is compulsive lying, understanding and addressing it. Maybe you know compulsive liars. Has anybody here ever met one? Anybody here ever, maybe you did a little bit of compulsive lying yourself? Maybe you grew out of it. We had a few people say that this is stuff that they did when they were teenagers. A lot of teenagers will do this kind of stuff. Some adults will still continue to do it. For many people, it's something that you grow out of. But for some people, it can be a real difficulty breaking away from these habits. I'm severely depressed. My ex was a compulsive liar, ruined my life. Not your entire life. You still got a lot of life left in that thing. So you got life left, so live it for you. You grew out of it. It's good. I remember one person lying so much as a teenager and everyone was so confused about her behavior. Yeah. My 6-year-old nephew does this. Oh. What does compulsive mean? It means that you do it without really being able to control it. It's kind of like an impulse or an urge. Well, let's talk about it. Let's get into it. Let's define it. What is compulsive lying? What is compulsive lying? Compulsive lying is habitual, chronic lying without a clear external reason. You know, sometimes there are reasons for bending the truth or for lying. You know, you can tell that like maybe they've got something to gain, maybe they're trying to hide something. You know, there are often motives and reasons behind dishonesty, but compulsive lying just kind of comes out of nowhere. It's just kind of this consistent habitual thing where it's like, now where did that come from? This is different from occasional dishonesty. A person can lie all the time, but still not be a compulsive liar. A person could be very dishonest, but not necessarily be a compulsive liar. This is kind of a behavioral pattern that you'll see develop in people. What it often involves is exaggeration or fabrication, even when unnecessary. And this is different from pathological lying, but we'll cover that later. remember the first time a friend lied to me. I was so shocked and broke off the friendship then and there on the spot. What did they lie about, if you don't mind me asking? I'm curious. What did they lie about, I'm wondering. They said they got you a 12-inch sub from Subway, and then they brought it, and you were like, wait a second. And you measured it, and it was 11 inches, and you're like, we can't be friends anymore. Alright, let's talk about some of the signs of compulsive lying so we can understand better what exactly this looks like. And compulsive lying is one of those things that's actually relatively common. Maybe you knew somebody, maybe you were that somebody, you know, high school, middle school, or maybe like at work, at the office. You know, there's just somebody who's like, they're just always telling these kind of, a little bit of outlandish, a little bit embellished. We are talking about inconsistent stories that frequently change over time. You ask them, hey, why did this happen? What happened here? And they give you one story, and then you're like, all right, now tell me again, what was it? And then they tell you something completely different or something inconsistent. Compulsive lying also includes when people will lie about trivial stuff, even where being honest isn't even a bad thing. It wouldn't cause them any harm to just be honest. And so this to me is what makes it such an interesting behavior. There's nothing to lose by telling the truth, but you just still feel compelled to lie regardless. Oftentimes people will become defensive or evasive when you start to question them about these inconsistencies. Maybe they're telling you some story. They had some run. They were like, oh yeah, I had a run-in with the police last night. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it. Said all this crazy stuff, and then you know what? The wildest part was they let me go. Like, huh? And you're like asking them questions, and they're like, they don't have answers for your questions. Or they get defensive. Why, you don't believe me? Like the movie Big Fish. Big Fish is a good movie. Well, since my internet crashed out, I'm just gonna... Hello? Are we back? Well, that sucks. Nothing worse than getting hard disconnected from a stream. I'm back but frozen? Oh. Interesting. Oh, now I looks... Hold on. I move my head. Yeah, no, we're alive. Well, that was weird and annoying. God, I hate it when your stream just completely crashes out. When it just completely crashes out and it like stops your VOD, and now I have to have a 2-part VOD. I'm triggered. Triggered. It unpinned my question box link too, because it was long enough of a disconnect where it thought I stopped streaming. Let me pin that back up. All right. We're back now. Let's continue. Let's continue. Welcome back, everybody. We were just talking about the signs of a compulsive lying. Then the last one is difficulty admitting to lies even when confronted with evidence. I would say that there's enough... this happens enough that pretty much everybody here will have known somebody. Or maybe somebody close to you, maybe just somebody that you've only encountered periodically. You know, maybe they went to school with you, maybe you worked with them. But I can almost guarantee that everybody here has known somebody who does a bit of compulsive lying. Or like, it doesn't even make sense to you. Or like, why are they doing it? There's nothing to gain from it. If you want, we can recap the beginning for this VOD. We don't really need to recap the beginning. You need to recap the beginning. We talked about what compulsive lying was. You can look at it here. If you want to see me talk about it, you're going to have to go back to the other VOD because I don't want to do it again. I want to continue. And this is the title. That's all you missed. We're on slide 2. Not a bad place to start back off. If you are diagnosed with autism, you can't join the military. That seems like a tremendous missed opportunity on the part of the military. Some of the most passionate people I've ever met about military history, military tactics, firearms. These were autistic people. That makes no sense. Anyway. Let's continue. Why do people compulsively lie? All right, just a quick show of hands. Have you met somebody? Do you know anybody? Have you ever met anybody that's a compulsive liar? Probably. Anybody? Anybody not? Is this something that somebody's... Are you sitting here just like, I've never met anybody who's done this? This is entirely new to me. I don't even think this is a thing. I think you're lying. I think you're making it up. You think I'm the liar. No, I can comfortably say that pretty much everybody at some point in their life has known somebody who is a compulsive liar. How would I know if they lied? Well, their stories just don't add up. They're changing their story. It's like it's one thing one time, and then the next time it's something completely different. And you're like, what is the truth? So why do people do it? First off, it could be because they've got low self-esteem. Maybe they lie to make themselves seem more impressive, or to make themselves appear more competent. Because a lot of people will compulsively lie about their achievements, their accolades, the types of stuff they've done, the types of experiences they've been in. You know, let's say that you're talking about a vacation that you went on, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I was visiting this place," and they're like, "Oh yeah, I've been there. I've been to there." Well, I've actually only been there. I've been there twice. You know, I haven't had a chance to go back yet, but we had so much fun. Oh, the craziest thing happened while I was there, and it was just like, huh? So sometimes the nature of a person's lie, a compulsive lie, will take away from what another person may have been talking about. Maybe somebody else is talking about something fun and exciting they did, but the low self-esteem person feels intimidated by that. And so they lie to make themselves seem cooler.
Sorry, not to interrupt. This is important, but the 5070 RTX at Micro Center tomorrow.
Oh.
Like, do you think they're gonna sell out of them really quick, or we need to just maybe pre-order it online, or we'll get it ordered online? I just want to make sure they don't sell out.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Like,
the 5070 Ti.
And aren't they starting out at like 500?
Something like that. Oh, I'm sure they'll have plenty. I would lie like that about false trips as a poor kid that went to a wealthy school. There's one example. George Santos comes to mind as a notable person. A great example. George Santos. Good old George Santos. Who is George? George Santos is one of my favorite American politicians of all time. George Santos was this a congressperson from the state of New York. That was removed from Congress for just chronically lying about everything. We love George Santos. George Santos is fucking hilarious. Well, I ran as a Republican. The first openly gay Republican elected to Congress. There's an entire section on Wikipedia about George Santos's false biographical statements. Lied about being Jewish and having a family that survived the Holocaust. Lied about his mom surviving the September 11th attacks. Lied about the schools that he went to. Lied about the places that he worked. Used all sorts of different aliases. Claimed to be victims of all these unreported crimes. Just all sorts of stuff. Just all sorts of stuff. George Santos, my favorite Republican politician of all time. Also committed some campaign fraud. Was using all of those campaign funds to just like buy food and all sorts of stuff. Just a complete, unapologetic, narcissistic, compulsively lying grifter, and I was there for it. I I thought it was so funny just to see that happen to the Republican Party. How would you psychologically profile George Santos? Definitely, well, like, the thing about compulsive lying and narcissism is that there's often this overlap of the two. Because as you can see here, one of the major reasons why people compulsively lie is to give themselves an inflated self-esteem. They want to appear more impressive or competent. They want you to care about them, and so they want to seem interesting and like they've got things to, share with you. They want to feel value. So I would say that George Santos is really just like the pinnacle of like where narcissism and compulsive lying like meet a junction point. Just unapologetic grifter. Just and whenever George Santos got removed from Congress, that was a diva down moment. Diva down. All right. Reason number 2 why people will compulsively lie is from fear of judgment. Sometimes they do it for a purpose. Sometimes they want to avoid criticism. They want to avoid negative consequences. So maybe they inflate themselves a little bit, or they and this also kind of ties into the previous one about low self-esteem. It's like, why would you want to appear more impressive? To avoid judgment. So the two are related. Another reason why people do it is because it's their habit. Sometimes people will do this for so long, it just becomes automatic. It's a learned, habitual behavior. And I think that might be the case for somebody like George Santos. They've just been doing it for so long, they don't even know how to tell the truth anymore. It's a way that people will seek validation. Maybe they're looking for your approval, or they want your attention. Maybe there's some underlying mental health issues. Personality disorders, trauma, anxiety. That could also lead a person to be a compulsive liar. And lastly, it's a way that people will maintain control over their life, or it's a way that they will avoid conflict and discomfort. They will lie as a means of controlling a situation, or avoiding conflict or discomfort. Let's talk about the difference between compulsive lying and pathological lying. You've probably heard of both of these things. You've probably heard people called a pathological liar or a compulsive liar. Let's break it down real quick and go through the differences between the two. Compulsive lying is often habitual and done without much clear motivation. It's just what you do. People who are compulsive liars will often lie about small, insignificant things just for no reason. You ask them what they had for lunch. And they're like, oh, I had, they actually had a burrito, but they tell you they ate a salad. The types of lies that people make when they're compulsive liars are typically harmless or just flat out unnecessary. Now, I'm not saying that they can't be harmful, but I'm just saying a lot of the times they're just, it's insignificant stuff. It's like, hey, what'd you do last night? Oh, last night it was so exciting. We had a bunch of people over and we were playing games and watching movies, and it's like, actually they just kind of stayed at home and didn't really do anything. It's like, okay. Compulsive lying is often rooted in anxiety. It's caused by low self-esteem or some sort of social discomfort that the person is dealing with. Very often, a person who lies compulsively might feel guilt or regret after lying. And these lies are very often impulsive. They're not really something that's pre-planned. Whereas pathological lying, these lies are often elaborate, detailed, and grandiose. They put some effort into these. They really cooked on this one. And so this might be more of your George Santos. George Santos is more of a pathological liar. Because the kind of stuff that George Santos was lying about was like, you know, he stole people's money. He was elected to Congress. Like, this was just going above and beyond a little bit of compulsive lying. The types of lies that people will make when they are pathological liars, they often have a purpose. They're trying to manipulate people, or you're trying to lift yourself up, you know, self-aggrandizement. You're trying to make yourself get that promotion, get this opportunity, you know, there's a goal involved. How do they remember what they even lie about? See, now when you're a compulsive liar and you just lie all the time, that's when you start to get inconsistencies because you can't even keep up with all of the lies. It's like you don't even remember what your own story was. And that's why honesty is the best policy. I wonder how you can confront someone for their lies. You're right ahead of me. We're actually about to talk about that next. We're going to talk about how do you talk to somebody about their lies? Because they do get defensive, and it's difficult. But no, you're actually right on the money. We're going to talk about here in just a moment. With pathological lies, the person often believes their own fabrications. Have you ever been so committed to a lie that you actually believed it? Pathological liars can be just so committed to it that they actually start to delude themselves into actually believing their own lies. Or they show zero remorse when you catch them in their lie. They're like, this doesn't matter to them. They're unbothered by their dishonesty. This is the type of stuff that you will more often see with a personality disorder. Like narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder. You know, you were talking about people being interviewed on like criminal case files and that type of stuff. You know, they arrested somebody that they brought in for some string of armed robberies or some sort of assaults, or somebody's being questioned for murder. It's like, that's when you're going to get the pathological liars. These are people who are motivated to lie to achieve a goal, and they're so committed to the lie that they might even start to believe it. Often these lies are more consistent and more structured. These aren't really just impulsive lies. Compulsive lies are impulsive lies. And I know that the words kind of sound the same, so it might be confusing, but a compulsion and an impulse are pretty closely related. So that's the difference between the two. Pathological lying, this is like criminal behavior. People who are pathological liars, like these people are manipulative, these people are abusive, these people you want to stay away from. Compulsive liars, it's like, okay, maybe they're just, you know, maybe there's something else that they're dealing with. You know, maybe it's just harmless stuff that they're lying about, and you're just kind of, you're not really mad about it, you're just kind of confused by it. My little European brain can't follow. They haven't invented lying in Europe yet. They actually haven't released that one. So, let's say that you have somebody that you know that's a compulsive liar, or maybe you're just trying to confront somebody on their lies. How do you talk to them about that? Let's break it down. The first thing, the really important point to make is if you're going to talk to somebody about their lying, do it privately. Don't call them out in front of everybody. Don't write up an article about them and, post it online. Talk to them one-on-one privately. We want to avoid defensiveness. And if we put them into a position where they feel embarrassed and defensive, then we're not really going to be able to get through to them. We have to have a one-on-one conversation where we can be like, hey, just between us, That's how you get the best chance of actually talking to them and getting through to them. Now, it still might not work. Like, this isn't guaranteed to work. Some people just, maybe they're not ready to open up and be honest yet. When we're talking to someone about their lying, we want to show concern, and we want to try not to be judgmental. We want this to be something that where we can lead in with empathy rather than come across as accusatory. Like, if you're trying to confront somebody over their lies and you're going to do that by coming at them and, pointing your finger at them and, calling them a liar and why are they doing this and why are you so dishonest? Why can't you just tell me the truth? Again, that's just going to put them on the defense. And if you're trying to get through to a liar and you're trying to have a conversation about their dishonesty, we have to come at them in a way that they won't put their walls up. Encourage honesty. You have to remind them that honesty is the best policy. Let them know that they are safe to be honest with you. Let them know that what you talk about with them privately will stay between them. You'll leave it up to them if they want to talk to anybody else. Show them that you value honesty and that they're okay to do it. If someone's going to lie, they're going to lie, but if it stems from past trauma, fear, etc., they may not have experienced being able to be honest and not be punished for it. That's true. Some people learned to lie as a way of keeping themselves safe. And that's another way that we're actually going to talk about addressing it. We just haven't gotten there yet. But that is some important thing to take into consideration. Some people do it and it's just such an ingrained pattern in them and they're not sure how to unlearn it. They've been doing it for so long. It's important to set boundaries in your relationship, especially when you're dealing with people who chronically lie. You set these boundaries so that they can know that by lying, they are damaging your trust and they are damaging your relationship. So this might mean I'm not going to put as much trust in you. I might not spend as much time with you. I might not want to I might not want to hang out with you or talk to you as much. Because this relationship has been injured by you. A good way to approach the person is to use open-ended questions instead of, coming at them with accusations or telling them, just Ask them questions. Help them to reflect on their motivations for lying. You know, an open-ended question is a question that doesn't have a yes or no answer. It evokes discussion. So an example would be, why do you feel the need to be dishonest? You're asking them for their motives and to understand their behavior so that they can reflect. That's what's going to help them change. If we come at them, you know, angry and accusatory, we're not really going to do much to help change them. And lastly, sometimes this is just beyond what we can do as individuals. If this is something that is habitual, you know, maybe it's because of trauma. Maybe they grew up in a household where they had to lie, and they had to lie constantly in order to protect themselves. And so this is where you might suggest therapy or other professional guidance, you know, offer support in accessing these other resources. Because if it's that deep-seated of a behavior, it's not really something that we can just, you and I, work through right here, right now. It might take a little bit more of a hands-on approach. We might need to call in the professionals. Is twisting words like some do the same type of lying, or is that a different approach? I would say that twisting words is a way to manipulate. I would say that it's almost more like gaslighting than lying. They're like changing the meaning, or they're, maybe you said something and you said it one way, but then they say it a different way, or they change the inflection, or they change the meaning. It's a manipulation tactic, which lying is also a way to manipulate, but I wouldn't say that, twisting someone's words is necessarily the same. Definitely manipulation, though. Now, as I said before, there's no guarantee that this will work. Sometimes if you talk to somebody about their lying or their dishonesty, they just might not be interested in talking to you about it. They might not be there yet. They might still not even recognize that it's a problem. And that's where boundaries come into play. Like, all right, well, I wish you all the best. I'll talk to you some other time. Check in with them later. See if they've changed. Let's talk about understanding and managing our reactions. We were talking about how we handle when somebody lies to us, because, as we were saying, it's hard not to feel agitated when you find that your trust has been betrayed or that somebody's been lying to you. Can you touch more on ask open-ended questions? Yeah, let's do that real quick. More open-ended question, like an open-ended question is just one that encourages somebody to reflect. So you're asking questions like, why did you feel the need to do that? What did you have to gain by doing that? How would it feel if you told the truth instead? I'm asking questions that don't just have a yes or no answer. I'm asking questions that encourage the other person to think. Why did I do what I do? Why did I say what I said? Another way to get somebody to say more and do some more reflection is to strategically use silence. Like, let's say that you ask somebody a question and then they start to answer that question, they're explaining themselves, and you just go, mm-hmm. One of the things that we're taught how to do in therapy is to strategically use silence, because people find silence inherently uncomfortable in a conversation. It's kind of awkward. And so you use that to your advantage. If you feel like you need this person to do more talking, you want them to continue to expand on their ideas, to keep reflecting, just give them some silence, give them some space to do that. Tell me more. And what else? And how did that feel? Closed-ended questions are kind of conversation enders. They are abrupt. They end in yes or no questions. Like if a closed-ended question would be, do you feel bad about what you did? Would you do things differently? You know, I'm asking yes or no questions. Those aren't really helpful for the discussion. I guess I do that. Do. All right, let's talk about managing our reactions whenever we find that people are being dishonest. Sometimes you'll find yourself in a position where you have to work with somebody who might have issues with being honest. And I know that it can be stressful and difficult to manage. You know, it's a normal response to be frustrated and upset when you find out that somebody's being dishonest or they're lying to you. But if we want to help them to get better about it, we have to understand and manage how we react to those lies, or whenever we do try to sit down and talk with them about it. What we need to recognize is that compulsive lying is often a symptom of something deeper. Maybe they've got issues with their self-esteem. Maybe they're shy. Maybe they are insecure. Whenever possible, stay calm. You don't want to escalate. You know, you don't want to just hop up out of the table and be like, aha! I caught you. You were lying to me. And now they're on the defensive. Now you're not really going to have a productive conversation because you got your finger in their face. Is what were you thinking too judgmental of a question? I would make a slight tweak to make it come across as not so judgmental. What I would say instead was, what was going through your head at the time? I feel like what were you thinking kind of comes across as like a rhetorical. It's a question that doesn't really evoke an answer. They'll be like, I don't know. All sorts of stuff. I don't know. Or they'll say like, I don't know, I wasn't thinking. I think it's an important question to ask, like what was going on with you cognitively while you were doing that thing that you were doing. But it's in how you phrase it. Yeah, like what sort of stuff were you thinking about before that happened? Approach it with curiosity rather than judgment, I would say, is the key. Because whenever we start to come across as too judgmental, people shut down. They clam up. So it's important to stay calm. If you want to help the person to not to break away from these dishonest behaviors, you have to show them empathy and you gotta be calm. Again, avoid public confrontation. The whole point here is to minimize their defensiveness. When you are dealing with an insecure person and you are trying to help them with a behavior that they are engaging in because of their insecurity, the last thing that you want to make them do is feel more defensive than they need to. Right? It's like this is one of the major issues that communication has between people. It's like we have a hard time not being emotionally reactive, especially in situations where being emotionally reactive feels correct at the time. Somebody lied to me and lying is bad, so I should be mad at them, and I am justified in being mad with them because they did something wrong to me. And so the way that I responded was correct. Like, okay, well, maybe I wasn't wrong to act the way that you did, but you did nothing to help. And so it's not about responding the right or the wrong way, because being mad when somebody betrays your trust, that's okay, that's valid. It's fine to feel that way. But do you want to do something to help them change? Do you want to help to break this cycle? Do you want to try? So yeah, we want to avoid public confrontation. We want to try to have, like, if we're going to talk to somebody about their dishonesty, we want to try to do it one-on-one. Hey, it's just me and you. Don't worry, we're going to keep this between us. I just want to talk because it's like, I don't know, I just feel like sometimes there's just a lot of embellishment. There's just a lot of inconsistencies, and sometimes it feels like I'm being misled. You know, there's so many nice ways you can put it to soften that impact. You're dealing with an insecure person, and dealing with insecure people can be frustrating sometimes, especially when the behaviors that they engage in are so disruptive and bothersome. I guess with some people, you just need to accept that they like to lie, especially if those lies are not about anything huge, right? And it's just like, okay, well, now that I know, we've had an opportunity to talk about it so I can get some answers. Now I know where we stand in this relationship. Because having a conversation and talking to somebody about their dishonesty might not be to, change them or to get them to be more honest. Sometimes it's just about understanding them better and then perhaps redefining your relationship with them, knowing what you know. And lastly, we want to encourage accountability. We want to show people that, telling the truth is the best policy. Honesty is the best policy. We also want to show them that we are willing to support change. Sometimes when you're doing this, like giving an example from your own life, or like, I used to do this thing, but then, I realized that it was the wrong thing to do, and I feel better, and I feel, just, you gotta sell them on the idea of being more genuine. Tell them about how you have become a more genuine person and you feel better because of it. Show them that it's okay to break away from dishonesty. I feel like when there are more issues for the reason they are lying, it becomes so hard to communicate sometimes to break through that. I could either just let it be, accept lies, being hurt, or try to poke carefully, understanding, talking, asking, swallow hurtful words, and try to work it through, avoiding being judgmental. And that's why I said working with insecure people can be very frustrating. This is why it's so difficult to treat a narcissist. You're dealing with one of the most insecure types of people that you'll ever really meet. Like they're always on the defensive. They're always taking everything the wrong way. Everything is an attack. Everything is a judgment. You're always being critical, and it's exhausting. You have to be very gentle, very patient, and you have to take a lot of mistreatment along the way in order to try to get them to a better place. And now you can see why not a lot of people would put up with it. My biggest problem is I've become very rigid and not open to suggestion, much less someone having an entirely different plan is also based on lies or some BS, and I say, do you have a reason, in a mean way? You gotta remember that if we're trying to help somebody change and adopt better behaviors, that takes time. You know, you're planting seeds here, and we're not demanding results. So sometimes all you can do is just try to help people the way that you can, and then leave it up to them. Maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. You can't force anybody to change, but you also don't have to tolerate abuse. Like, if the person that you're with is hurting you with their behaviors, that should make them highly motivated to change their behaviors. If you're, in a relationship with somebody, or, you know somebody, a friend, a family member, and their behaviors hurt you, and they know that, you've had a conversation about it, you've let them know, you've told them straight up, what you're doing hurts me, and they keep doing it, or they're not making an effort to change it. Now the thing is, sometimes it takes a lot of time to change, and so it's up to you to figure out how long do I want to wait. And sometimes people will just continue to make excuses. They'll just continue to say, I'm working on it, I can't help it who I am, I'm trying my best, and they're just not really going anywhere. I think something important to do is, if you're waiting on somebody to change, it's okay to kind of find a time limit that you yourself are willing to wait in order to see some progress in making some meaningful change. Because we don't change overnight, we don't change in a day. It takes time to change. And maybe the person that we're with, or the person that we know, this friend, whoever it might be, they're trying to change, and we can notice, and we notice that they're trying and they're making an effort and they are getting a little bit better, but maybe it's taken a while. It's like, okay, they're at least headed in the right direction. They're doing the right thing. They're working on it. They're trying to get there. We want to celebrate and encourage that. We don't want to punish people for not changing fast enough so long as they are actually actively committed to changing. What we want to watch out for are the people who are well aware of what their issues are, and they will say, I know, I'm trying to change, I'm trying my best, I just don't know what to do, I don't know why I am the way that I am. And they're just making excuses for it, and there's just nothing's really changing. They're just offering you words. They're just saying, I'm trying my best, I'm working on it, I want to be better, but they're just not, their actions aren't following up with their words. You want to be really mindful of that. Because a lot of times in those types of situations, they're just trying to figure out what's the bare minimum that I can do to keep you around. What's the least amount of effort that I can do? What is the smallest amount of changing that you require of me? You want to watch out for those people. All right, let's wrap it up. Compulsive lying, it's more than just dishonesty. This is something that stems from deeper psychological struggles. Oftentimes. Sometimes it's a sign of immaturity. We had a few people talking about how this was stuff that they did when they were kids or when they were teenagers. And that's okay. It's when you're an adult and you're still doing it that you're like, okay, what's going on here? If we want to help the person address it, we need to lead with empathy. We need to put up good boundaries so that we can protect ourselves from being hurt by their dishonesty. And we're doing this so that we can build a healthier communication and we can forge a healthier relationship. And lastly, by encouraging honesty and providing support, you can help a person to break this habit over time. Maybe they are changing a bit and putting effort into it, which is good for them. I'm glad, but not for you. Maybe I planted that seed. That's when I should stop thinking that they care enough for me. Sometimes you need to give somebody space to grow. Because as long as you're still there, as long as you're still around, what that is telling them is that they can treat you the way that they treat you and you're not going to leave. You're not going to put any distance between you and them. There are no consequences for their behaviors, and so there's not a lot of motivation to change. Sometimes you gotta up the ante a little bit. Sometimes you gotta say, I wish you all of the best on your healing journey, and then go your separate ways. Anyway, that's compulsive lying in a nutshell. You saying that last time really hit me. The brain really needs time to foster reflection and imagination. I kind of forgot about that. It's true. It's true. Sometimes you have to enforce natural consequences with a person. If you're going to treat me this way, I have to revoke access. I have to take away a privilege. There needs to be some sort of consequence. Sometimes we need space. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, we got some questions. We got some questions in the box. We're getting so close to 5,000. We're at 4,806. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Just a fun little simple presentation. Nothing too deep today. Just that other presentation we did on the right-wing grifter pipeline was very deep. I hate lying so much, but sometimes I also think that I was raised to be too honest, and as an adult I've tried to unlearn that. Sometimes it's okay to lie. I missed that one. Is it somewhere? Oh, the right-wing grifter presentation? Yeah, we did it last week. It's oh yeah, 3 days ago. We did it on Saturday. The psychology of right-wing grifters. That one was a good one. We really broke it down on that one. I spilled the $5 sushi I was going to buy everywhere. I feel bad for the people that had to clean that up. $5 sushi? It's probably for the best that you didn't eat it. I have to watch that. I missed it. It was a good one. It was a good one. The presentation was... one of the beefiest presentations I've done. Just look at all this. Talked about the different types of right-wing grifters. Talked about the edgelords turned reactionary. We talked about the reasonable centrists. We talked about the former progressives turned anti-woke crusaders. The self-help gurus turned ideologues. We talked about why men fall for right-wing grifts. We talked about how to break the pipeline. This was a good presentation. Yeah, if you missed this one, you're gonna have to check it out. This one was good. Important information there. My dad made a course about radicalization for his university. Crazy stuff. How do I sign up? The cultural programming never ends. The patriarchy hurts men too. Right? It does. And I wish that more men understood that. It's like they want you to buy into the grift so that they can continue to exploit you. He's a sociologist though, not a psychologist. They're pretty much they're pretty similar. Psychologists is just more focused on the individual. Sociologists are focused on people as a group, people as a whole. There's a lot of overlap there. All right, we've got some questions in the box. Let's go ahead and take a look. I am in love with someone who does not love me and I can't get over it. Why are you in love with them? And is this love that we feel? If it's just one way, is it really love? When it's one way, it starts to feel more like... It starts to feel like something other than love. It starts to feel more like lust or idolization or... It feels different. It's more of a limerent feeling. It's been 2 years and I can't let go. But you're working on letting it go. This is a small but nonetheless very important reframe to make. Instead of I can't let go, it becomes I'm working on letting it go. Because if it's I can't let it go, then that's it. You're just signing that into law. This is just the way that it is. We want to acknowledge that this is something that we're working on. This is something that we're trying to get over. We might not know how to do it. We might not know when or where or how it's going to happen, but we're working on it. We're trying to figure it out. It's an important distinction to make. Thoughts on unrequited love? It hurts. It's painful. It stems from our desire for love, because I feel like everybody wants to be loved. Being loved is what life is all about. But when it's one way, it's not really the type of love that we need to sustain ourselves. Think of love like electricity for a moment. You want there to be a circuit. You want it to flow between the two of you. You want your love to go into the other person, and you want their love to go into you, and you want there to be a circuit. There's a loop. But right now, you're just pouring your love into this person, but you're not getting anything back, and so it's leaving you drained. It's leaving you powerless. Note, it has been a long-standing topic in therapy, and I do feel like I have tried all the things. Sometimes you have to try things more than once. Sometimes you have to try things again and again and again until they work. Sometimes you have to try things that seem silly or things that didn't even cross your mind. So I can guarantee there's probably stuff that you haven't tried. Or maybe there's stuff that you have tried that will get you to where you're trying to go, but it just isn't really getting you there yet. But that's okay, because you're in the process of figuring that out. It's like lifting a weight. You continue to work on it, you continue to get stronger, and eventually you'll be able to lift it. My thoughts are, you need to focus on loving yourself. Show yourself some love by taking good care of yourself, by not pouring out your feelings into this relationship that does not reciprocate. Because that's just going to leave you hollow. It's going to leave you drained. So we need to build ourselves back up. We need to show ourselves some love. We need to take good care of ourselves. What's the difference between limerence and love? Limerence is... This is limerence. This is you feel love for somebody who perhaps doesn't even know you exist. Or maybe they do know you exist, but those feelings aren't reciprocated. Limerence is basically just a one-way direction of, I'm pouring my feelings into this person. You've got a lot of love to give, and that's why you are willing to give it. But you deserve to show yourself some too. Is limerence the same as unrequited? Basically. It's basically the same thing as an unrequited love. A one-way directional love. Limerence is the feelings of love that a young person has for a pop star. You know, it's the fawning that you have over somebody that you may never be with. Maybe they don't even know who you are. Or maybe they do know who you are, but they just aren't interested in you in that way. And so it's just never going to happen. Become the love that you seek. That's a bit of advice that I would give to anybody. Try to become the love that you are seeking in this life. Whether you're in a relationship, whether you're single, you know, no matter what, just try to be the love that you're looking for. I have had 2 mythomaniac ex-boyfriends. Oh. Hopefully that's it. Hopefully we're done with them. Hopefully we're not rooting for a third one. We're going to talk about what it means to be mythomaniac here in a moment, but a mythomaniac is basically just a compulsive liar, and it's somebody that actually buys into their lies as well. We'll break it down here in a minute. I didn't get the whole presentation, sorry if you've already answered this, but do they have any targets? Depends on the person. And to translate what mythomaniac is. Oh, here, I'll show you. Let's just break it down real quick. Mythomania. This is a compulsive liar. This is a fancy word for a compulsive liar. But one of the key things here is that the person who is a mythomaniac will actually start to internalize and believe their lies. So yeah, it's basically a fancy word for a compulsive liar. Because one of the things that is true about people is that if they just keep up a lie long enough and they just continue to stick to that story, they'll end up believing it themselves. It just becomes the truth for them. They're drinking their own Kool-Aid. Do they have targets? That depends. It depends on whether or not they're trying to do it for some sort of gain. Some people do, some people don't. Some people do it because they want to manipulate and have control or get prestige or make you think highly of them. There are rewards for their dishonesty. And so I would say that the people that they target are probably the people that they spend the most time with or the people that they have the most to gain from. Also, no apologies. How can I be less vulnerable to believing people like that? One lied about the university, the one he went to was already good, and other nonsense, and then his ex-girlfriend told me that he lied to her about everything too. The other one was more crazy. He sent an email to someone saying that he married my sister and that my nephew was his son. He also had a Filipino web girlfriend and said he was going to bring her here. In our life, they were totally normal. Some people just don't make much sense in what they do. Some people will just... The thing about it is it might not even make much sense to them while they're doing it. It's like we observe these behaviors that they do, and we're scratching our head and we're like, what the fuck? What are they doing? What are they trying to accomplish here? They might not even know either. And so like we're trying to make sense of it, and we're trying to wrap our heads around it and rationalize what it is they're doing and why they're doing it. They might not even know. So how can you be less vulnerable to believing people like that? Talk to their friends. Talk to their family. You know, talk to people that can back up and vouch what it is that they're saying. You know, if it's just one person and you haven't met their friends and you haven't met their family, then it's hard to know. It's hard to know whether or not they're being honest. It's true. Like, some people will just do it as a form of, like, it's almost like lashing out. It's like they don't even know what they're doing. They're just so caught up in lying that they don't even know how to tell the truth. They'll just lie about anything and everything. You'll be like, hey, what'd you have for lunch? And they had pizza, and be like, oh, I had a sandwich. Like, hey, what'd you have to drink? I had a Coke. They actually had a Sprite. It's like... People get very accustomed to being dishonest, and then they have a hard time even being truthful. And I think part of it is like they're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. They're like, one of these days all these lies are gonna catch up to me. But I guess the main takeaway here is don't spend too much time and energy trying to understand why people do what they do, especially when it doesn't make sense, because they probably don't understand why they're doing what they're doing either. I actually had another boyfriend who liked to make up stories too. I don't think he was a mythomaniac, but I knew the story wasn't like that, and he told it in a funnier way for his friends in front of me. I knew he was lying, and he knew I knew. He meant it as a joke, but it was weird too. Ah, well then this is just embellishment. This is just embellishment. This is just, I'm gonna tweak the narrative a little bit to make the story a little bit more exciting. You know, last time I told you about that fish I caught and it was this big. The next time I told the story, it's this big. And then the next time, the fish gets a little bit bigger every time I tell the story. No, I think this is one of those types of like lies that people make where it's like, it's basically harmless. They're just trying to embellish on their own story a little bit. They're just trying to be entertaining. And so, you know, it could be annoying, but it's like, all right, Grandpa, the fish was this big, okay. I had to walk 30 miles to school uphill both ways in the snow. I remember especially one moment with my ex when I started realizing something was wrong. He said he was a chef, but when I cooked with him, he literally didn't know anything about cooking. So not only was he a liar, but he was bad at it. It's like, if you're gonna lie about something like that, it should probably be something that's not easily disproven. Like, hey, what kind of car you drive? I drive a monster truck. Like, what? Really? Like, where do you park it? Like, it's in the shop right now. Well, do you have any pictures of it? Oh no, like cooking? Like, come on. It's like you're gonna get called out on that one right away. Because the second you tell somebody you're a chef, they're gonna be like, ooh, I wanna taste your food. You know how to cook? You're a good cook? All right, cook something for me. That's one of the dumbest things you can lie about. So yeah, this example, it is kind of weird, but it's just one of those things that people will do just to try to like hype themselves up a little bit. And this type of lie, this type of embellishment, I'm not so bothered by it because it's like life is hard enough. You know, life is hard enough. I'm okay with people fluffing up their stories a little bit to make them a little bit more exciting, a little bit more engaging, a little bit more entertaining. I'm okay with that. We'll let that slide. We'll let that slide. Life's hard enough as it is. We'll we'll let you say you caught the big fish. Yesterday marked 1 year since my best friend passed away unexpectedly at just 30 years old. Damn, that's so young to lose somebody. It's been a tough year. I still miss him a lot. You know? And I don't say this to try to make you feel sad or anything. What I say is you always will. You always will miss that person. But that's how you want it to be. You don't ever want to not miss them, right? It's like, no, like I'm always going to hold the space for you in my heart. Like I'm always going to miss you and, you know, like that's okay. You know, just that feeling's going to be there. But you want it to be there. You know, you don't want your heart to harden. When it happened, I typed in a question and you gave great advice. You said, when you think about them, try to remember what it felt like to be around them. He was a professionally trained musician and absolutely loved 90s pop country. I put on a playlist yesterday as well as calling up some of my friends to tell stories and check in. I just wanted to say thank you to you, Joshua. It doesn't really get easier, but thank you for taking the time to listen and help me out when I was struggling this past year. I'm glad it helped. I'm glad you had a little bit of that, you know, you got to feel that feeling, you got to feel that love that you had for this person. You know, the sorrow and the sadness has become sort of a more of a bittersweetness. You know, it doesn't sting so bad. You're welcome. Happy to help. Got that Alan Jackson going. Way down yonder in the Chattahoochee, it gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. Got some Shania Twain bumping. You know, what you'll notice is that in time, it's like there will always still be a little bit of that sadness. You're always going to miss that person. But more and more what you will remember are the good times. You know, the times that were meaningful, the way that they made you feel. You know, that's the stuff that you're going to hold on to forever. I want to eat cake, but I'm falling back to my old eating disorder habits and having anxiety about wanting to eat cake. Well, this is a good opportunity to reflect on those feelings and to think, let's process this. Let's work through this. Is there a healthy amount of cake to eat? Probably not. Is any amount of cake healthy? Probably not. Cake is a vice. Cake is a dessert. It's not a healthy food. But eating a small amount of cake every once in a while isn't going to hurt you. It's not going to make you gain a bunch of weight. So I think just going about it in a mindful way is what it's all about. Like, I can have a piece of cake as a celebration, as a treat. This doesn't need to be a regular habit. I'm not going to gain a bunch of weight by eating a single piece of cake. Because, part of breaking away from those old habits is changing the way that you think about food and changing the way that you, process those feelings that you get whenever you are thinking about food. It's healthy for the soul. Say that too. It's like a little bit like desserts are meant to be good. They're meant to be enjoyable. They're meant to be fun and flavorful and satisfying, but you don't want to eat them every day. You don't want to eat them for every meal. That would be bad for you, But I think that you and I could both agree that if we have a reasonable amount, just there's nothing wrong with that. Part of what will help you to overcome that anxiety and avoid those falling back into those old habits is just being more compassionate with yourself. I would say, the amount of anxiety that you feel for eating cake should be proportionate to the amount of cake that you want to eat. If I want to eat an entire cake, then I should probably feel anxious about wanting to eat an entire cake. But if I only want to eat a slice of cake, then I should only feel a slice of anxiety. Like, ooh, it's, I need to watch my sugars. I really shouldn't, but, it's been a while. Maybe I'll indulge a little bit, a little treat. And then, just take it slow and savor it. Just enjoy it. It's okay to take a cheat day. Taking a cheat day is what helps you to stay sane when you're on a diet. You know what? This reminds me. I'm reminded of Brian Johnson, that millionaire who's trying to live forever, and he takes like 200 pills a day, and he eats 2 pounds of cauliflower every day for lunch. And I'm like, you need to have a cheat day. You need to have some fun. What's the point of living forever if you have to eat cauliflower every day? You better live to 200. No, he's gonna probably meet some tragic accident or just something random is gonna happen because that's what always happens. It's the guy who's trying to live to 200 that slips in his shower and, something weird happens or, he gets in a car accident or he gets hit by lightning. I want a cake slice so bad. I think you earned it. He popped up on my Twitter doing some ketamine experiment today. Kind of weird that all these tech bros are into ketamine now. It's kind of... Would it help to have an aftercare plan? Oh, always. We always want an aftercare plan. An after cake plan. Things are going extremely well for me. I feel content, grateful, and hopeful. This isn't a question or a problem, I just wanted to share because your streams are a big part of the reason why. Your advice and knowledge have been so helpful. Thank you. Aw. That's a W. That's a W. Thank you. We got all these nice words today, all these updates. I'm trying to find a way to transition this into a shill for more subscribers. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. I don't want to do it, but you know, if you want to make it in this business, you got to shill. So if you like this content, if you like the help that we provide, if you like this space that we've created together, consider supporting it by subscribing to this channel. This content is only possible due to the support of viewers like you. Thank you. Happy to hear it. Happy to hear that we helped. Thank you for giving me a sense of purpose. Keep doing what you're doing. Yep. Keep doing what you're doing. It worked. Dr. Maggot, thank you for gifting that sub. Well, now I'm a bit envious of the questioner. No, you should be happy for them. When we see people who have success, envy will just prohibit us from achieving that success. Envy doesn't really do much to motivate. Envy doesn't really do much to help us accomplish things. But if we're happy for that person and we can celebrate their success, then that actually helps to motivate us much more to go on and find our own success. If you want to be happier in life, just try to be happier for other people. Allow other people's joy to become your joy. Hi, Dr. Brain. I've started meditating recently, and that experience, along with yesterday's presentation, reminded me of Death's speech from Terry Pratchett's Hogfather. I think it resonates with a lot of the notions that you've described. I'm unfamiliar with Terry Pratchett's Hogfather. (2006) two-part British Christmas-themed fantasy comedy television adaptation of Hogfather by Terry Pratchett. The book turned into a two-part special. This does look very British. Atticus, are you okay? Atticus? Atticus won't let out. He's crying. See, he's right there. Oh, Atticus, what's going on, buddy? Oh, he wrote Discworld. Oh. Yeah, I never read Discworld.
You were sure I was going to survive, were you?
I was quite confident.
Good. Now, tell me...
What would have happened if you hadn't saved him?
Yes.
The sun would not have risen.
Then what would have happened?
A mere ball of flaming gas would have illuminated the world.
All right, I'm not stupid. You're saying that humans need fantasies to make life bearable?
No. Humans need fantasy to be human. To be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape.
With tooth fairies, hogfathers.
Yes. As practice, you have to start out learning to believe the little lies.
So we can believe the big ones.
Yes. Justice, mercy, duty, that sort of thing.
They're not the same at all.
You think so? Then
You're
take
saying
the universe.
You're saying I have the same vibes as this giant skeleton? That's pretty metal.
And grind it down to the finest powder and sieve it through the finest sieve, and then show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy. And yet, you try to act as if there is some ideal order in the world, as if there is some rightness in the universe by which it may be judged.
But people have got to believe that. What's the point?
You need to believe in things that aren't true. How else can they become?
That does sound like some shit that I'd say. That does sound like some shit that I'd say. Fake it till you make it, baby. Atticus, do you need to go outside? Or are you just hungry? Oh, he's crying. Oh, he's crying. Hold on, let me go let him out of the room real quick. He's crying. Atticus? Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't know if you remember, but I'm the person the psychologist said I was being a victim. I think I do. Did I talk about how messed up it was? Probably. I probably talked about how messed up it was. I looked for another psychologist, good reviews on Google, CBT psychologist, so I thought it would be more structured and would have less room for something so absurd. The first few times were more about giving context. It was okay. But I think it's not good. It's not bad like the other one, but there's nothing CBT. Okay, but she talks a lot. Oh. Yeah, see, that's a big red flag in therapy if the therapist is doing a majority of the talking. A therapist should probably do 20% or less of the talking in an average session. Otherwise, you're just an advice giver. You're just telling people what to do, and that doesn't really help them. She also says nonsense. For example, she once commented that I might have a super high IQ. Okay, thank you. Man, I'm not putting myself down, but I don't have one. And even if she had, there was no point in commenting. She said the same thing about my ex-boyfriend, and he is super smart, but again, there was no reason for her to comment on that, even if he was Einstein. I think she thinks everyone has a super high IQ because she has such weird opinions. I'm starting to not trust her. Yeah. I would look at it this way. She sees an intelligence in you, but you gotta remember that intelligence exists outside of just IQ scores. An IQ score is just a measurement of a certain type of intelligence. You could get a really high IQ score, but then not know how to bake a cake or make an omelet or fix a car or sew a seam. You know, there's all sorts of stuff that you might have the slightest fucking idea of how to do it, or, you know, and you could have a really high IQ. So IQ is... Let me just give me a moment to get on my spiel here about IQ. The point of using IQ tests is not really to determine if somebody is a super genius, because it's not super effective at determining that. The better use for IQ scores is to find out if somebody is like lower than average functioning, so that you can treat them better and so that you can help them by understanding that maybe they have some delays, you know, that you might need to help work around or work through. And so it's much more helpful to know somebody's IQ if you're working with them, that they have an IQ of like 70, 75. You can change your approach so that you can work with them better. Maybe you gotta simplify things. Maybe you gotta break it down more. Maybe you gotta slow down the pace a little bit. If somebody has a high IQ, it's like, okay, what's the difference between somebody with an IQ of 125 and 135? What's the difference between somebody, 140 or 150? Most people will just use a high IQ score as a means of like flexing on people, so. Measuring someone's IQ is important, but the main importance of it is knowing when somebody might be dealing with some cognitive delays so that you can provide better care to them. You know, just using IQ as a way of saying like, oh, I'm super smart. It's like, no. I've met people who had a high IQ who were a dumbass, so. There's an entire grift out there that just exists to make money off of smart people. High IQ, intelligent people. It's called Mensa. It's basically just a club that you have to pay to be in so that you can tell people that you're smart. Does that sound smart? Yeah, Mensa is just a scam for people who have high IQs. A lot of high IQ people are mean. A lot of high IQ people are also sociopaths. You know, they might view themselves as something beyond other people. They might view themselves as something above. They might view themselves as something superior to other people. When I was younger, my IQ was 120 something. I fear it's gone down since then, but I don't really care. I like being dumb. Even if your IQ did go down, you're still technically above average, so. But the thing about being intelligent is being aware of how dumb you are. Being intelligent isn't about just being smart and knowing things. It's about knowing the things, knowing that there are things that I don't know, knowing that I'm not the be-all, end-all of knowledge. This therapist just sounds weird. You say she gives weird suggestions and just talks a lot and has this weird obsession with IQ. Like, okay, interesting. Anyway, sometimes I use a therapy AI, specifically psychology AI. I think we're about to live in an AI apocalypse or something. And I think it's horrible, but this app is really well built. It helped me a lot, and man, it's better than her. I already had a good psychologist, so my reference is that one, but I don't find a good psychologist again, and I don't want to start telling my story all over again. I feel like a terrible monster, but I think I'll give up and stick with the AI. Any thoughts? Well, I just want to say that if you were to start therapy again with a person, you might not have to start over from square one. It's like, it's okay to like just focus on whatever it is you're focusing on in this stage of life in therapy. You know, I don't need to tell you about my entire life history. I don't need to tell you what it was like when I was living with mommy and daddy. I don't need to go back that far. I could just tell you about what it is that I am struggling with today and what I would like to do about it. And how can you help me do that? The thing about using an AI to help you with this kind of stuff, like CBT, is that it's actually pretty good at it. Because a lot of these approaches to therapy are very formulaic. You know, we've had a good idea of how they operate and the type of procedures to follow and the steps to take. And AI is good at regurgitating that information. So I would say in the future, you know, you're going to see more therapists who are like incorporating AI into their approach, or more people who are working in tandem with AI in order to produce something better. Because I feel like just AI doing the work in and of itself, it kind of does feel hollow. But I feel like the best way to use it is in conjunction with a human. Is this helpful, by the way? Oh yeah, it's totally important to mention that when you start new therapy with a new therapist, you don't have to start over from page 1 of your biography. Like, well, in the beginning, this happened and I was 3, and then it's like, it's okay to reel it in a little bit and just focus on what's going on now. You can still get some great advice, some great guidance, and some great support by just talking about what has happened within the past few months, what has happened within the past year. There's this, okay, so the more information you give the therapist, the better. The more that they have to work with, the better that they can help you. But they don't need every little bit of information. You know, if you tell me that, you know, you had a hard time in school, like I can get an idea of what that looks like. You don't have to recount every single time that you were ever bullied. You don't have to tell me about every single instance. You don't have to relive every single thing that happened to you that was bad in order for me to understand you've got trauma, and we're working on that, and we're changing our responses, and we're trying to find a new way to think. A lot of MDs are now using AI to diagnose anyway. Well, yeah, because it's really good at that kind of information. It's like we were training people to be machines, and now we're training machines to be people. Genuine question, because I might / hopefully will be in therapy soon. Sorry for posting it twice. Ooh. That's what you get for apologizing. Would it be okay to say, I would like to talk more, or something like, I would be thankful if I would be able to talk more and be listened if they just keep talking, or something appropriate to the therapist? Yeah, let them know the way that they can help you. Just let them know, like, I think I just want to feel heard and validated, and I just want to talk about this. I'm not really looking for any advice. Now, the thing is that you shouldn't have to do this, because if the therapist knows what they're doing, that they're not going to do that. They're not going to just, like, talk over you or, like, take up a bunch of the session just gabbing. Like, they're going to listen, and they're going to ask you how you feel, and you're going to do a majority of the talking. You shouldn't have to tell them that that's what you want, but if you do, they should at least be able to listen, unless they're just a complete and utter buffoon. But no, you definitely want to advocate for yourself, and a good therapist will be okay with that. I feel like I can't tell everything, but I feel like I have to. Like, I need to talk about 20 years. Yeah, no. See, the thing is you can just talk about some stuff, and then you can get some insight from that, and then you can get a new perspective on that. And then guess what? You go home, and then you can think about that other stuff. Maybe you didn't talk about it in therapy, but now you've got a therapeutic lens through which to view those things. You've got a new perspective on your experiences and your emotions. See, that's what it's all about. It's about learning how to look at yourself and your life in a new way. You don't have to sit there and do that item by item in therapy. You learn how to do it in therapy, and then you go home and you do the rest of it. That's why I'm always saying the real work of therapy is done outside of the therapist's office. It's out there in your life, as you are living it. Anyway, different people respond to different therapeutic approaches, and it's okay to talk to your therapist about what would work better for you. And if they're a good therapist, they will adjust their approach in order to better serve you. Because part of being a good therapist is recognizing that I can't use the same approach with every single person. You have to treat the person that you are working with as the expert on their life, because they are the one that lived it. I'm just a visitor here. I'm just a passenger. You're in the driver's seat. I'm going to help to give you directions. I'm going to tell you where to turn. I'm going to tell you where to go and where to stop, but you're going to do all the driving. I need some motivation, please. Some hard truths. That self-discipline talk. Alright, you want me to go daddy on you? Okay. Alright. TLDR. I need to pack and do a load of paperwork stuff. I'm grieving and don't want to be awake, but also insomnia-stricken. How long can I pause being miserable, focus on packing, ready to move Monday? Alright. I'm going to give you the TLDR. I'm going to break it down to you. The strong, hard truth. Okay, you ready? If you want to get good sleep, you have to exhaust yourself. If you want to exhaust yourself, you have to do work. So go pack and allow that packing to distract you from your misery. And then go get some sleep. And then guess what? You'll feel better. Everything feels a bit better after a good sleep. Everything feels better after a good sleep. Because right now, that poor sleep is a major driving factor in why you feel like crap right now. One of the first things you always want to check for when somebody is struggling mentally is like, well, okay, how have you been sleeping? Because if you've been sleeping like shit, it makes your feelings just so much worse. You feel so terrible when you're also getting bad sleep. But if you're getting good sleep and things are still kind of rough, it's like, it's okay. I can live with that. It's tolerable. But if things suck and I'm getting shitty sleep, that's a nightmare scenario. So my direct advice to you, my hard truth to you is you need to pack. So let's do that. Let's just start doing that. Pick a room, get your stuff together, and start doing it. Before you have time to overthink about it, just do it. Tire yourself out doing it, and then get some good sleep. Because if you don't do it now, then what's going to end up happening is you're going to have to rush to do it the day before. And then it's going to be even worse. It's going to be even more miserable. You're going to be even more exhausted and even more stressed. So doing it now, even though it feels hard, is saving you from grief in the future. Is that enough hard truths? Exercise can also help falling asleep. That's why I'm recommending doing that packing, because it's something physical. Like if you're having a hard time sleeping, one of the best ways to start trying to address that problem is to literally tire yourself out physically. Hey Casey, will you check that pot I have on the stove and just either like, you can just turn it off actually. I'm making chicken chili later, and I am making some bone broth right now, and I think it's good. I think I want to just turn the pot off, and then I'm gonna go finish it here soon. So that's the TLDR. Let's get into the details. The too long version. I've got to pack again. Wasn't finished unpacking from moving 6 months ago. Well, you want me to reframe that for you? If you weren't finished fully unpacking, well then it should make it easier to pack because some of your stuff is already packed. So, a bright side there. Tidy studio flat, 3 by 5 meters, having space to pack is a battle of moving something else out of the way first. I'm so tired and sore. The place I'm moving to is 3 times the size, but already full of clutter. Another's doom piles that need to be sorted so my stuff can fit. I've already thrown away so much. I also need to do an ever-growing list of paperwork. I can't engage in any of it. Recent upsetting social change, loss, grieving a very complicated, difficult, but loving relationship. Some days just curled up crying. Pretty sure the black eye I have is from crying. Maybe some lack of sleep too. Probably both. Watching streams, listening to music or radio, scrolling TikTok/YouTube shorts, playing games, feeling like trying to be distracted from sad, but I don't have time for it. Time keeps going forward. I want it to pause. 2 months have already passed. How dare time keep going forward? Doesn't it know she's gone? This is one of those hard to digest moments when you're grieving somebody or when you're just feeling like your world has stopped, but the world continues on. Like for you, life has stood still, but things continue. Just think about how good you'll feel once it's done. Think about how good it'll feel once this is over with and you'll have that stuff taken care of. Everyone offers help, but nobody can or does. Always some lame reason. Most frequently, then they moan at me about some utterly inane bullshit they're dealing with. I get the impression people just want some praise for offering help without actually doing it. I mean, you're not wrong. That definitely does happen. It's a lot easier to just say, oh yeah, I'll help. Let me know. Just let me know what you need. But then to actually do it is a whole other thing. Two people have come to help, and when they see what I'm asking them to do, I see their face turn. We chat for a bit, eat, drink, smoke, they leave. They took time and energy and didn't help. You know, I just want to say, it doesn't mean that these people aren't your friends. They did stuff that friends do. You eat together, you drink together, you smoke together, you hang out and spend time together. And that's a quality that you want to have in some friends. But then you want those friends that you can turn to when you really need help with something, and then they do show up and they do follow through. Those people do exist, so don't lose hope on that. Those good friends do exist. I've called so many bereavement support lines, it just doesn't really feel like they understand. I can almost see the script they're reading from. They didn't know her. Nobody knew her like I do. She made me. She made me feel so empty, hurt, lost, relieved, guilty, useless, shambles, pointless, gross, incapable, pathetic. Nobody knows me like she did, nor ever will. Why? People could still get to know you to that degree. That just takes time, that just takes investment. That will happen if you want it to be that way, though. If you don't want to let people in, if you don't want to open yourself up in that way, then yeah, it will. But that's your future to write. Doctor and work keep telling me to take longer if I need. It will never be enough. Well, you're always going to miss this person. They meant something to you. Went to pick up her ashes today. Except they weren't ready. Funeral directors have been so annoying. I made it a 1-hour journey there, felt sick the whole way, almost fainted, fell over and grazed my arm, got there, ashes not in the urn, which needs to be cemented shut. Falling asleep between midnight and 1 a.m., having upsetting dreams, waking between 3 and 4 a.m., staying awake till dawn, drag myself out of bed maybe at 11, maybe 2, stiff, tear-stained. Melatonin, which helps me sleep longer without as bad dreams, but I think it's triggering migraines. Rebooking moving company for Monday. It was going to be tomorrow, but I could just not function. Monday with a migraine, and then Tuesday distraught, having really vivid dreams of my lost one. Monday night. It feels so good to hug her in my dreams. Waking up is horror. I'm scared I'm not going to be ready Monday. Worry about Monday when you get to Monday. What can we do today to get some stuff done? I feel like trying to process the emotions that you're trying to process while also needing to get all this stuff done is why you're feeling so distressed. I feel like in order to grieve properly, you need to do that in a space where I don't have to worry so much about packing all this stuff and organizing this stuff and taking care of all of this stuff. You need to get that done first so that you finally have that space to just feel your feelings. Because you've got all of these other obligations and responsibilities just chirping at you, and it's inhibiting you from actually being able to sit down with your emotions and feel them and to just allow them to process. Don't demand that you get better or heal right now. Don't demand that you stop being sad. You know, allow yourself to feel the way that you're feeling. I feel like part of what hangs us up in grief is that feeling that we shouldn't feel this way. I should be over this. I'm never going to get over this. How am I ever going to get back to normal? How is life ever going to be the same? We're trying to answer all of these unanswerable questions. All we really need to do is just feel what it is that we're feeling. And if that is overwhelming to us, then maybe we need to do something about the environment that we're in so that we can have a space where we feel safe enough to actually just embrace our emotions. I just need to get things done. Please, how can I pause my grief long enough to get packed? Or just get some damn things done. I can fall apart next week. See, that's what I'm saying. See, we're on the same page here. You can, once you get this stuff out of the way, then you can just allow yourself to finally feel what it is that you need to feel. But that's why it's so conflicting and stressful right now. It's because you've got these feelings, but you've also got these obligations. Those obligations aren't going to go away just because you're feeling sad and you're grieving. Do you like music? If you like music, that's my suggestion. If you're wanting to pause your grief long enough to get packed, then put on some music that you can pack to. Turn the music up, so that that's just what you're focusing on. You're just focusing on the task at hand and the music that you're listening to. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. If I was in this circumstance, that's what I would do. I would put on my headphones, I would put on some music, and I would just do it. You'll be able to really allow yourself to grieve properly once there's less chaos and obligation and all of this stuff that you have to get taken care of, you know? Like, once you get that out of the way, then you will actually be able to just sit with those feelings and actually start to do some healing. Kay Zelwood, thank you for the Prime sub. Well, thank you, thank you. Problems should be the worst part of accomplishing anything, so why do these solutions carry so much weight and take away any fight I had left in me? Maybe that's the reason to fight harder than we ever have. I had a thought about living in the present. We often tend to think of our lives as a path or track that you can speed up or slow down or fall off or get on. While this implies that you represent the present in that analogy, I think we often confuse the path as being more important. Then, whenever we do get stuck, the plan is to get back to the thing that resulted in us getting stuck. Whether the past is more encouraging or the future more hopeful, it's always going to be better than the hole we have currently fallen into. I feel like we need more solutions in those times, rather than motivation. However, solutions can reveal hard truths that can take away all motivation. How do we know when we need more solutions, or more motivations when stuck? And do you know of a better analogy for being stuck in a hole and looking at the past or future rather than the present? You know, I think you're on to something. You know, a solution, like, we have problems and then we have solutions, and then the solutions just create a new set of problems for us. So, like, I'll give you an example. Like, I need a car so that I can drive and get a job. Like, okay, I have solved that problem. I was able to save up and get a car, and now I can drive around. But now I got new problems. I got to take care of a car. I got to get gas. I got to make sure that I upkeep it. I got to change the oil. I got to rotate the tires. I got to get insurance. I think what is really important is appreciating the moment that you're in. Enjoying the journey that you are on. You know, if I am where I am and I'm meant to be here right now, then I'm not stuck. I'm simply where I am meant to be. Maybe it's my lashing out of trying to get unstuck that actually digs me further in. You know, maybe it's like a quicksand scenario. I would say that time is like a river. To try to go back into the past is like to try to swim against the current. And I find it best to just float downstream. You know, maybe you get snagged on something every once in a while, but just relax. Go with the flow. Let it carry you down the river. Understanding is important, but we want to be mindful of overthinking. Sometimes we think, and it helps us. It gives us more insight, it gives us more clarity, but then it just raises up more questions, and those questions just lead into more conflict. And sometimes it's okay to just simply be. To just be here. To just be you. To just appreciate that for a moment. All that comes with it. How do you get out of a hole if you're stuck in it? There's many different ways to get out of a hole. You can make yourself at home. You can try to tidy it up and make it comfortable. And just say, oh yeah, I'm in the hole because this is where I want to be. This is my home now. Maybe you could try to climb out. Maybe you could kick and claw and crawl your way out of it. That's gonna leave you scraped up and tired, and you might slide back in, overexerting yourself. Who knows? I find the best way to get out of the hole is to build yourself a set of stairs. Give yourself that firm footing and that firm foundation so that you lift up the bottom of the hole. That first step, I can get better. Honestly, I don't know if I can go through anxiety, just go to an event by myself and then even talk to random people and maybe meet a person to really get into more than just one random small talk. It's so hard. It's one of those things where it's harder than we think. It's easier than we think it is. It's one of those situations, it feels harder in idea or in concept than it is in real life. If you want to make friends, just be friendly. And just see where that takes you. Are you looking to have more friends, or are you looking to have more people to spend your time with and hang out with? Oftentimes we equate the two goals. We take them as one and the same. But in reality, making new friends is easy. Just treat people as if they are already your friend. But if you're looking for somebody to hang out with, well, that takes more work. That takes planning and preparation and engagement. If you're looking for people to hang out and spend your time with, then go to a place that you would go to and hang out and spend time at, and then see who's there with you. See who also showed up that day. And then say, hey, haven't seen you around here before. My name's such and such. It's nice to meet you. Honestly, making friends is a lot easier once you realize that other people are probably just as socially anxious as you are. The thing about social anxiety is it's far more common than we would realize. I haven't met very many people who are just completely free of social anxiety altogether. Even being friendly and treating people like they're already my friend feels like it has backfired on me a lot. At a certain age of 35 plus, it feels hard to make friends. People's social capacity is full, etc. Yeah. Maintaining friendships as an adult is a commitment. It takes time, it takes effort, and I think that's what also makes it more important, is because you don't get to just see your friends every day. You're not going to school together, you're not hanging out every day. You actually have to take time and plan it and organize it, and that's a change. That's different, you know? It's true, there are some assholes out there, but what I would say is those are very often the people who need a friend the most. I guess meetup.com is still a thing. You know, if you are limited within your community of opportunities and who to make friends with, like you live in a small town, you know, you might have to venture outwards. You might have to expand that net a little bit. You might have to start looking online. You might have to, you know, you might have to start driving to the nearest, I don't know. I feel like college towns are probably like a good choice if you're trying to like find more opportunities to meet people and hang out and do stuff. Yeah, making friends is easy. Just don't yell at them, don't make angry faces at them, don't wave your arms around, don't make violent or threatening gestures. Don't throw poop at them. Just be nice. Just show interest in them. Be willing to listen to them. Don't do all the talking. It's that simple. I'm getting hungry. I think I'm gonna go finish making my dinner. I'm gonna go make some soup. Yeah, it's din-din time. It's din-din time, gamers. let me tell you one more thing about making friends with people, okay? Let me give you one more bit of advice, and this bit of advice is probably one of the most helpful things I can teach you about making friends. So listen up. That first time that you meet a person, just introduction. It's just an introduction. Like, oh, hi. Nice to see you. Have a good time. I'll see you around. That's it. That's it. The problem is we come on too strong and there's too much pressure on that first interaction. It's like, all right, this is it. Make or break. I need to make this person a friend. This is the interview. It's like, no, that's not it. What you want to do is you want to become acquainted to them. You want to say, hey, good. I recognize you from the other day. Good to see you again. The second time you see them is when that really, you really have that opportunity. The second time you see him is like, hey, I remember you from the other day. Good to see you again. I didn't catch your name. My name's, Josh. It's nice to meet you. I've accidentally reintroduced myself to people I've already met but can't remember when I hung out with them before. I'm very bad with faces and names. I need to get better about it. That's not a big deal. That's not a big deal. And if people take it to be as a big deal, it's like, okay, well, maybe they aren't somebody that I really want to hang out with because maybe they're a little too sensitive. Like, I can barely remember what I ate for breakfast. I can't remember everybody I met. That ain't happening. Just act like they're doing you a favor by reminding you. Just be like, do me a favor. Could you remind me, please? I know, I recognize you from somewhere. We've met before. I'm so sorry, I forgot. Just use it as an opportunity to be a little bit self-deprecating. Just be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so bad with names. It's great to see you again. You really want to remember somebody's name? Look them in the eye and then repeat their name back to them. That will help you to remember their name. You say, hi, I'm Josh, what's your name? And then they say, oh, my name is GNG. You say, GNG, it's nice to meet you. Lock that shit in. This is how I learn student names. It's a tried and tested technique. It works. So I'm not just pulling shit out of my ass. You want to remember somebody's name? Look them in the eye and repeat their name back to them. It'll help you lock it in. Do people in your Discord sometimes hang out to play Marvels or something? Yes. That's what we'd be doing in there. Atticus is hungry. He wants dinner. Alright, I gotta go feed this dog. Alright, everybody, I'm gonna go make dinner. I'm gonna go feed this dog. You'll have a great night. You'll have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow. We'll be back again tomorrow with some more. I feel awkward to talk even in here, in all honesty. I'm gonna sock you. Oh, I'm just kidding. No, you're fine. Please do. We want to hear from you. We like you. Why would you deprive us of your presence? Your presence is a treasure to us. Why would you take that away from us? Alright, I'm gonna go make some chicken chili, and it's gonna be good. Alright, everybody, have a great night. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Stay warm. Come check out the Discord if you're not in the Discord already. We'll see y'all next time. All right, everybody. See you later. Bye-bye. All right, Atticus, I'm coming. You silly dog. Oh, you're so hungry, aren't you, silly beagle? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten since lunch.